And welcome back to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Ale Wolf. I drink and I die. And of course, obligatory check of my sound levels over here, just for a minute. So welcome back to the stream. It's been a while. Today we are playing our Hades campaign once again. 50 plus deaths or so. Only made it once to the Temple of Styx. Here's hoping we can round that up to 2 times to the Temple of Styx. Let's see if I can grab my controller here. But before we do that, of course, let's go ahead and see what's on tap for today. And my camera's doing funny things. I'm sure it'll fix itself very soon. So avid viewers of the stream will recognize this particular helping today. This is a Paulaner Hefe-Weizen. Hefe-Weizen meaning wheat beer. Yeah, wheat beer. So what are wheat beers exactly? Well, wheat beers are beers made of wheat. Now you might be wondering why that is of any significance. Well, most beers, with an asterisk there, are made of barley. Of course, there's other things that make beer like rye. Recently I learned that millet is also used to make beers. Wheat beers are actually quite popular, and they are very popular in Europe, in particular, both Germany and Belgium. Specifically in Germany, they're known as Hefeweizens, and they've got a long history over there. Paulaner over here, the brewery that makes this particular beer, is one of the 6 oldest breweries in Germany, and they are one of the hosts of the Oktoberfest festival that happens there every year. And hopefully one day I'll get back to that. Let me go ahead and pour this as carefully as possible. I decided to go with a tulip glass today because I thought I haven't used this one for a while. And of course, I am no connoisseur or expert of glassware, but I do understand that the shape of certain glasses does impact the way in which you receive liquids into your mouth and which taste receptors are activated first. And it also affects the type of bouquet that'll form, and it also affects how the bubbling at the top will actually materialize. And so this is as expected for a tulip glass, maybe a little less head. I'm a fan of Paulaner. It's probably one of the wheat beers that I go back to every time. It's also one of the ones that I've tasted the most. It's got a strong banana flavor, as with most classic German wheat beers. All that being said, Fang and Ale. Delightful. Okay, and so let's see where we are in this game, and go ahead and move forward. Maybe we can talk about Paulaner Hefe-Weizen in just a few minutes. And of course, my controller is disconnected because this is an extremely professional stream. "55 escape attempts, halfway to 60. Let's see if I can minimize this thing.
Fought to Elysium and back.
Yeah, unfortunately, last time we made it all the way to Elysium and met an unfortunate, abrupt ending. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was due to the hell butterflies. I think I just didn't have the spec suited for that.
Glory and death.
That was unusual.
You. Tell me something, boy. Did you enjoy the searing heat of Asphodel? You must have thought that you'd be more resilient to it.
I'm open to a change of climate, even if it gets a bit uncomfortable.
You know nothing of discomfort yet. Making it out of Tartarus is nothing in comparison to what lies ahead for you.
Yeah, I'm sure he's referencing global warming there.
Looking forward to it. The vicious, triple-headed Cerberus shows some restraint for now. More pets are certainly in order here.
Seek pity someplace else.
That's an unusual comment at this particular time. One of these days I'm gonna get the key to this place. Maybe that'll unlock the rest of the story. And where is Ophius? Well, my thoughts exactly. Relax.
If I sit down, I won't want to get back up.
And what do we have here? Nothing too unusual, I suppose. Nix.
Nix. I ran into Thanatos out there. He aided me, although I think he's rather upset that I took off like this.
Thanatos is worried for you, child. I hope you understand whatever anger you may sense from him is not the feeling at the source. Please forgive his rudeness.
Well, he feels betrayed.
Please count on me for all your household needs.
I'm surprised she didn't leave. Seems like a blossoming relationship. And this is the prize that I've been waiting for. I believe I now have enough darkness to purchase a third Death Defiance. Because let's face it, this is the only thing that's gonna get me through this game. And I am at max. 3 Death Defiance. Amazing. Privilege status. I guess what's our next conquest here? Deal bonus damage and foes afflicted by at least 2 status curse effects. That could be interesting if I focus on curses. Maybe raise your chance for a boon to be rare. I don't see why not. And shadow presence is at max, of course. Honestly, everything except boiling blood. Maybe I'll save things for now. Let's see what will it be today. All right. Heart-seeking bow, Artemis.
Almost felt that.
And so the spread fire is generally what I rely on whenever I use this weapon. Let's see if there's anything that I could reveal from it though.
What are the limits of your power?
200 or more damage. How much blood do I have? Looks like I only have the 1. Your special automatically seeks the foe last struck by your attack. Just got a homing device on it. The aspect of Hera. I don't know. And this only raises my criticals by 1%, by 3%, so I don't know that I really want to spend it. What's my keepsake today?
Let's see here.
Currently wearing the aspect of Zeus, the Thunder Signet, that is. Not really my favorite, but I will. You know what? Let's mix it up. I'm kind of tired of that. I'm kind of tired of Zeus. I like the power, but it only fits with certain weapons. 10% damage each time you clear any counter without taking damage. That's never gonna happen. So then who do I want to see, actually? Well, not empowered by a boon. And then what's all the way at the end over here? Is this chaos? I might be more keen on following this. I hope I didn't lose everything that I've earned on that one.
Go with that one.
But I suppose it can't be helped. Let's get out of here.
Bye, everyone.
Death is inescapable. If you think otherwise, why then, don't let me stop you.
Wasn't planning on it. Lady Athena.
Ah, wonderful.
I see you've made it all the way to Hallowed Elysium, cousin. A significant way toward the surface, and if you could get there the one time, surely you have what it takes to do it again, and overcome the dangers that await therein.
Okay, so my attack can deflect, which is definitely something I want. Let's just go with this. And there's no more prophecies to fulfill, at least with this set. This will have to be our shield. At least with the bow itself, I can't say that there's a preference. What am I not seeing here? Is there just a pile of skulls? Okay, excellent. The spread is definitely nice for weak enemies like these skulls. Beautiful. Let's see if there's anything else in this room. And ahead of us, we got a centaur heart, which should improve our current stats. Hello there, gentlemen. Did I just willfully step into a trap? My eyesight must be going. Need some prescription goggles, I suppose. That was foolish. Okay. Clearly I should have included amateur as one of the tags on this stream. So we got a Sathana key or more darkness. Let's see if we can unlock more of that talent pool.
What a fight.
Who's next? Oh, beautiful. It actually pierces. I had a feeling it did that, but I never actually confirmed. And Lady Aphrodite follows. A personal favorite of mine. I hear them. It's one of those special ones. there's 2 enemies.
Hi, Aphrodite.
Wonderful.
Don't lose heart now, little goblin. I won't have you giving up before you get to see me in the flesh among the gardens of Olympus here.
A tempting thought. No way am I replacing Divine Strike. And 1 stock. Victim fights for you with greater strength and speed. So they're charmed. That's not a bad, not a bad effect. Any heart chambers are worth more. Sure, it is time for a life-affirming change. Yet, while love is a force that brought me and countless others low in life, it also brought me and countless others strength, beyond the bounds of normal men. Still, I fear that Aphrodite's power is the most terrible in all the world. I don't disagree. The power to create and destroy.
Well, this time.
Okay. For 6 encounters is more damage. How much do I have? 108. Special deals more damage as well. I'm almost willing to go with these 2. I hope there's not something incredibly good justified that I need coin on. And let's go for darkness. I should have seen that one. Lord Chaos. Let's go.
Let's go meet Master Chaos.
The small round catalyst which I provided you has been of value some days. If I hope it makes your journeys to this space less difficult. Perhaps using them on a more frequent interval.
I don't dislike the idea. So no coins and then lots of coins. That's way too risky for me. Let's go with this.
I see no reason not to make it so.
Save some money and then earn lots of money. And of course, Charon's shop is here. Excellent. Let's see what that life affirmation grants me.
Much better.
So 33 instead of 25. We might go far today. I am sure I can afford nothing. So more darkness. 10% when you enter a chamber for only 45. Then let's go ahead and save. And it is a Zeus. No other choice. No other choice. Here we go.
Ready, lads?
Let's try to see if we can focus on one. Ah, jeez. These guys are generally manageable, but more so whenever I have the right weapon. Generally something that I can spam. Unfortunately, with this particular weapon, it is more likely I should be a little more wary of where I aim. So maybe the scenic route here. Only one left. I don't actually know if this particular character becomes stronger when its brother passes away, but I can only suspect it. And there it goes.
Anyone else?
Uncle.
Your father must have told you that his governance over the underworld is due more to the weaving of the fates than by his choice. Admittedly, he got the short end of the stick, whereas Poseidon and myself, why, we've been doing rather well indeed.
Of course, don't blame me. Special causes a lightning bolt to strike nearby foes. That could be good. No cast and dash. A bolt strikes. Let's go with the special one. So, the power of Athena with my main attack. And then with my spread, I've got the power of Zeus. Let's move on. Very nice to stop these things. Of course, when there's this many of them, it's kind of absurd. I mean, I could just eliminate a few of them. Come on, guys. They've got like this little fortress in here. It's ridiculous. So silly.
Some darkness.
And so it's either gems or I suppose it's only gems.
More numbskulls.
Are they actually called numbskulls? I find that quite humorous. As if you had like a grunt level enemy and you said, oh, more idiots. Ah, you foolish, foolish man.
Thank the gods.
And Chaos's boon has come to effect. I believe it's supposed to give me more coin per room or something to that effect. If only I could find more coin. A Sothonic key. Chthonic. Sothonic.
It's
Oh.
I sensed your presence here.
Thanatos.
Still at it, I see. You're stubborn. And you were going to get me in a heap of trouble before all is said and done.
I do love our back and forth.
Come, bitches. Return to dust.
Or I'll slay you instead if you prefer.
is this essentially a locked bonus room? I feel that that's how it is. We're both just killing things. Hey, he was mine. Whoa. I got the higher ground here. Whoa.
That's all of them.
Looks like I win today. Where are you?
You held your own out there.
Do we at least get to chat today?
Still running from yourself, I'd see. How's that been working out for you thus far?
Just trying to find myself.
I'm searching for my mother. You still live at home with yours. You don't know what it's like.
Mother Nyx was like a mother to you too, and this is how you repay her. You should be ashamed of yourself and learn your place.
Okay, I don't know that we can shop for anything considering our coin hasn't increased very much. Of course, nothing worthwhile. So, a Charon room, and again, we have no coin to spare. Or a Centaur's Heart, and increase our hit point might. Very nice, we made it to the 200s already. Before we do this, of course, Fang and Ale. May it be our favorite theory.
I bet Tissiphane's up.
I hope so.
Let's hear it.
Murder, 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 murder.
We're not getting through to one another, are we? I'm sorry that it has to be this way.
Music to my ears. Just like how chaotic this individual is. Hey, that's a bit too close for comfort. That's insanity. Come to me. Ha!
Not again.
A little cozier. And like I said, the deflect was very important for this particular part since it's one of my only ways to turn the attack of the Furies onto themselves. Is it time? Ah, that was foolish. Are we there? No, we're not. But now we are. Let's stay here. Wow, this was not what I signed up for. I'm so sorry.
Always disturbing. By my birthright.
Okay, made it back to Asphodel. Some room for respite. Do we want to sell back anything? I think not. Keepsake is probably okay. Let's see if there's anything worthwhile that we can purchase. No. Honestly, nothing. So let's take a quick breather here. And yeah, just for anyone just tuning in, we still have a Paulaner Hefe-Weizen. One thing that we didn't do was see what Untapped had to say on the matter. Actually, let's go big screen here. So, Paulaner, the #1 Hefe-Weizen beer in Germany and one of the world's favorites. I wonder if it is actually #1. I don't know that there's an agency that checks for those things. Naturally cloudy and shining silky gold in the glass under a really strong head of foam. True, true. At the first mouthful, this Weiss beer classic has a mild aroma of a banana, as with most German beers. Finer palates detect a trace of mango and pineapple, and the balance between sweet and bitter. There's definitely some notes of pineapple there. Beer connoisseurs appreciate the fine note of yeast and the mild but sparkling mix of aromas. It is a typical beer garden beer, which brings people together all over the world. Definitely a staple of beer garden beers. If you haven't tried this one before, definitely recommend. Let's see if I can pour the rest of this in this glass. Always a visual affectation. Like to see the glass is full or full-ish. There's a pun there. Bang a nail. Good. Let's go back to the action.
I'll just go on up. Made it to Asphodel.
And just a second here. Okay. As we were. I would really like to start seeing some power-ups for my boons, and I guess this is... the game also recognizes this. Here's our first Palm of Power. Power Palm. Is this room unusually empty? Where are the friends? Wow. What are these pugilists? And clearly the best policy here is to keep them at a distance. Wow. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna hit my rock bottom. Try not to rely too much on my special since it's so weak. How many more? That thing had a back? That's kind of amusing.
The power of the gods.
let's go ahead and power up our main attack. But before we do that, just a quick second here. No, of course not. Sorry folks, just a bit of housekeeping here. Because apparently there is such a thing as a real life. Ah, Uncle Poseidon or coin. I would certainly like a wave dash. Hopefully he's offering today. Let's see. Amit Patty, do I want to become famous by buying followers? I don't know. How much do these followers cost? Can you imagine if you could just buy fame? I mean, I suppose at some point you can definitely do that. You do that things like socialites that aren't renowned for anything except other than being rich.
Just a bit longer.
What's up with all this smoke? Whoa, hey. Well, whatever it is you're peddling, I'm not buying today. But you're certainly welcome to stay in the chat. What is up with these guys? Jeez.
Thank the fates.
Well, thanks someone.
You've come to know your Uncle Zeus by now, correct? Just want to let you know, good Zeus gets very busy on the regular. So you just stick with me. I've always time for you, nephew.
Poseidon is the definition of the cool uncle. I like him. I hope one day I become a cool uncle. Random assortment. Just everything. That seems like a funny thing. And here we go, the title dash.
Let's make some waves, right, Uncle?
Lord Hades seems to have no love for him either, equating him to Zeus and shunning both alike. It's all a business best avoided by my estimation. Come on, Uncle Poseidon has to be just a bit better than Zeus. You can just feel it in his tone. He's the Uncle Jesse. Oh, a fight between Poseidon and Aphrodite. That could be interesting. Let's see what's up. What do these guys have unhappiness with? I forgot how these things work. Is it that I'm supposed to choose one and the other one becomes mad? Right. Oh, I just want to choose chaos though. Alright. If I knew what they were gonna give me, this would be an easier choice. I'm sorry, Uncle. I just...
Always trust your heart.
Okay, and so a charm. When foes are slain, they damage nearby. Your cast is... I don't know if I'm ready to commit to a cast. But a dying lament.
What you have just done is tantamount to spitting in my face. Let me remind you then, the ocean can spit back.
But Uncle, it's... I'm not gonna say it.
Let's give him a show.
Whoa. These fighter guys have tormented me this entire time I've been in Asphodel. It's quite frustrating. Come on. Does it really have to be this way? Whoa. I'm hot-footed. Way too many fellas to keep track of. Is it over? Whew, that was massive. Can we reconcile? Why would you do this to me?
Although for next time, know my favor's not a thing to trifle with.
I can see that. Okay. Wave pounding. Your boons with knockaway effects deal bonus damage to bosses. Well, I believe this will affect my title dash, so it makes pretty good sense. It's also a fated choice, so
Poseidon's strength.
I wouldn't mind completing it. Before I go visit Chaos, I think this might be a good idea.
Should help keep me going.
And there we go. Hopefully they last long enough for the battle with the Hydra. Then this dash already feels stronger. Look at that. Lord Chaos.
There, the cosmic egg.
What about the time egg?
In the name of Hades.
So no coin, but they're my special powers up. Let's go with the top. Again, Chaos taking away my coin. But maybe this will be okay. Maybe it'll be fine. Just a second here. So one thing I rarely check whenever I play this game is what I actually have. I see these icons on the side, but then, so obviously Divine Strike is level 2. Thunder Flourish. Nothing on the cast end, and then Tidal Dash. What do I have here? Cosmic Egg, that's my keepsake. This is stuff from Charon. No, this is Chaos. Talon. Whenever you find, you get 20%. I think that's just from choosing the weapon. Life Affirmation, that's from Aphrodite. Any coin you find is worth more, 50%. I believe that's one is also from Chaos. And then the Dying Lament. And then knock away damage. Okay. Athena. Power of my deflect, maybe. It would be nice to extend the range on my bow and arrow. Just a little bit more. Okay, nice. And then it's just this ridiculous creature. If I could just backstab it. It also has just like an increased health pool, which is kind of annoying. Come on, he's trying to get more accurate or something. This is like hot potato. And the thing is, not only do I have to make sure I dodge it, but I also have to get out of its area of effect. And there it goes. Excellent.
You two. Olympus, send this message.
Your ability stat can deflect, also make foes exposed. And so this would power up my deflect. More damage from deflect. It's also a fated choice, so why not? Prophecy fulfilled. Prizes await us back home. Let's hope we don't go back there. What time do we have here? It's already 2:17 PST. Okay. If any of you have had a Paulaner Hefe-Weizen, let me know. Maybe we can compare some notes. What is... It's almost as if once it hits you, it just keeps going. Like some sort of fighting game combo. Whoa, hey. Ah, jeez. I wonder why that pops up every once in a while with no clear new messages.
That's better.
Nice. And so I believe I haven't been able to earn coin for a while. Wow, that had actually put us very close to full, so I think I'll go with that.
This one.
And then this is actually quite cheap. What are our choices? So either a visit with Charon, or more health, or maybe a visit with Hermes. And I like visiting with Hermes because generally the outcome is I move faster, and that is always something that I need. Can always be faster. Yeah, let's go and do that. And I believe this is the room before the room.
No use.
Why can't I?
Let's fish. That little...
Oh, I forgot how that worked. What a waste. I also burnt my feet. Let's see if there's anything interesting here. I suppose not. This will have to be our entire arsenal for the fight with the Hydra.
He's looking out for me. That's good, that's good. She likes to put a little thought and stuff in everything. It's a little much if you ask me.
I'm not a man of thought. You can dash more times in a row. Now that's exactly what I want. But what else do you have? Dash to recover some health you lost. That seems like fun. And just more move speed in general. The greater dash is so tempting.
Time to go.
go around an enemy and just whiplash them to death. Here we go.
Don't you have something to say to me?
At least with the bow I can stay at a distance from any of its tremor attacks. We'll see how I fare once its brethren start coming out. And now it's impervious, which means shattered. Ah, I hate that thing. It doesn't seem like that particular attack can be deflected. Just stand still and die. Ah, I can't shoot those things fast enough to get away from them. It's only when I'm aiming directly at it that I can perform the deflect properly. Perfect deflect there. And there it goes. Let's go. If I could just kill a couple. Ah! Hot feet. I just can't deflect those things fast enough when I'm not facing it. Trying to kill the ants here. Gotta keep focused. Yeah, maybe wave dashing makes the most sense in those situations. Let's go. There's no left, right?
Oh god, it's now this.
Fortunately, there's no third run of brethren, so that's always a plus. It really just boils down to a war of attrition. And down it goes.
Got you.
Though it definitely depleted my current life. I'm surprised that didn't consume one of my death defiances. But might as well with 12 hit points on this. Okay. Let's get out of here. Asphodel is definitely not one of my favorite locations. So frustrating. Bottoms up. Like liquid cold banana bread. Okay, so we might have a fighting chance here. What are your wares today? I have nothing. For 3 encounters, more hearts, that could be good. Particularly in the situation in which we find ourselves. Before we move on though, we're at the hour mark. I'm gonna go take a quick bio break, so I'll see you all on the other side.
Get me out of here. There. Another day or night in paradise.
And I noticed that I haven't been on the microphone this entire time. Apologies for that. Once again, welcome to the chat, evac branding. How are you doing this fine afternoon, depending on the part of the world in which you find yourself? Well, nice of you to offer. Can you drop your business card? Ah, nice, some food. It's like a sandwich or something like that. I never quite take a look at what the boon for health is here. No such thing as an interruption with a stream that generally only has 2 people at most ever. Here we go, some more Jimmy John's. Anyone out there a fan of Jimmy John's? I certainly prefer it better than the other sandwich chains. What are the sandwich chains that are popular? Subway? I guess Subway probably has a corner on the market. But I do love my Jimmy John's. Ah, weak throat. Let's see. Can I drop my Discord? Gotta say, if I had a Discord for this particular channel, I would certainly do so. But you're talking to a very amateur streamer, so no, I don't have a Discord for this permutation of my persona. Maybe I should do that though. What do you think? Should I have a Discord for my stream? You're trying to stop things from reviving. That's a bomb. You're welcome to send me a direct message via Twitter or Instagram, and that's in my about information. Twitter and Instagram, are those just old ways of communicating these days? Am I losing it? I'm losing touch, like the killers once said. There's so many hell butterflies here, it's ridiculous. Destroyed. They're just chipping away damage at me. It's very frustrating. This is how I died the first time around. Okay, room is clear. Let's see if there's any treasures we can steal. And there's Charon's well. For this particular run, I just haven't had a lot of coin. Okay. Let's see. So 15% chance to drop more hearts. I like it. I think we have actually been depending on that. And so if it's a Charon or more jewels, I like neither. And that one has a skull sign, which means it's a particularly tough room. Might as well visit Charon. I would rather save myself the stress. So it's either Poseidon. Oh no. So sad. Look at that. Can I get a discount? I don't really need the darkness. I want survivability. I'm going to assume that this is probably a boss room of some sort. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is how we perished last week. So maybe if we just sit here and spam this. Whoa, something is shooting at us. If I can keep attacking the main enemy over here. Jeez. It's just relentless. I need to kill that main thing. These hell butterflies are ridiculous. What are you gonna do? Something is hitting me. Too many enemies. Screen slowdown. Not enough bits in my system. Well, I guess they're gonna have to chase me. What can you do? These archers. What is this thing? Okay, it's down. Wow, that was insane. It's like these spear guys also just happen to have a...
You kill me, I kill you.
That's like the game Sorry. Get out of here. Hopefully we can get one more Death Defiance should we make it past Elysium. What are you doing with your life, mate? Whew. That was mildly challenging. Okay, Poseidon, you're up. It's a fated choice. What else is there? Your wounds with knockaway effects also rupture foes. Victim takes damage while moving. That could be useful. And then breaking wave. Slamming foes into barriers creates a watery blast in the area. Just because this is part of the fated list, I'm tempted to do that. Maybe I'll take it and then sell it. Hopefully it's worth it. And hopefully I didn't just seal my fate So darkness or gems. Gem. Gem is my name.
More great shields.
These guys are so annoying with their shields. Reminds me of me in Monster Hunter. They even got that Hydra shot. You know the one I'm talking about. Nice. Every time I can just get the two of them, it's certainly a little more. And so dropping some more Jimmy Johns here. I don't think these eyeballs actually have any particular attacks on their own. Really, the strategy here is to somehow get behind these guys. But what exactly counts as behind? Like 3/4 of the way behind them? Ah, that was a stupid move. Shield and all, I'm getting you anyways. More? Seriously? That's like 3 rounds of freaking skull level enemies. Oh my. I did not want to spend Death Defiance on a regular room. And more seem to be coming, so clearly somebody designed this room to be a run ender. Zone of the enders. Well, who's shooting at me now? Just some sort of trap. These arrow people just show up out of nowhere. These things might as well be as bosses in Tartarus.
That one's rearming.
And just the reach on them is quite frustrating. Can't quite catch up to me. What a room. That was insane. And I wonder if it had anything to do with my weapon choice. Any other individuals wants to offer me services while I'm checking out the chat? Maybe not. Ah, Daedalus Hammer. A way to switch up how I'm playing. So it's 3 o'clock. Almost 3 o'clock. A quiet room. Nice. Oh, wonderful. Almost all the way full.
It's just the edge I need.
3 base damage for consecutive hit to a foe. That's good. But the range is reduced. But you cannot power shot. How does that make sense? Oh, I see. So it's just constantly shooting as opposed to doing the volley. This might be nice for deflect opportunities. And honestly, the timing is just a bit frustrating whenever I have to hold.
Delicately hewn constructions of Elysium exist places of peace, so utterly serene and absolute as mortal kind is seldom to experience during the average short and often painful coil.
Is this really as good as it gets for mortal kind?
Potentially so. Well, at least this is not the room before the room. Let's go ahead and get some pizza. Speaking of Jimmy John's, sure would love some Papa John's. What? Does it matter if I shoot them while they're blocking? Does it do anything to any of us? I would assume at some point they get tired of blocking. Ah, jeez, that's not it, of course. Of course it's not it. This thing just keeps ramming into me, it's so annoying. Like kamikaze chariots. Did another one just pop up in its place? It's so much difficult in this level to keep monsters away. Which is quite crucial when your weapon is essentially geared for distance attacks. Okay, and there it goes.
Power of Olympus.
So greater attack. What are we depending on the most here? Probably attack. We're gonna min-max just a bit. And so it's either Hermes or another power-up. I do want to get stronger. Whoa. Let's go see what are the offerings here. Who's shooting?
Get out.
Oh, hey, folks. Why are you ganging up on me? Let's talk about this. Felt like I was about to walk into that trap. Whoa, hey.
That would fully rearmed.
I rarely have any rebirths, so that's surprising. I can generally catch them when I see them. No more rearms. And of course we've got a bunch of them with invincibility. What are we counting on here? Are these guys responsible for their invincibility? Too many iframes, I say. Whoa, hey guys. Maybe they work. They're no longer impervious.
He's trying to respawn.
More. Just keep them coming. many of these guys have I gone through? Jeez. I'll tell you, the number of waves per room at this level just becomes so ridiculous. Okay.
Gods grant me strength.
So my cast, I don't think so. Tidal dash. Bait attacks to get into position. Honestly, let's continue maxing our main attack here. Ah, a quiet room. Good.
Power of the gods.
So a dying lament, wave pounding. I think this would only make sense if my tidal dash was a bit stronger, which it is not. Not yet.
I'm rich.
Nothing else is in here. Okay, so we're up against Theseus. Oh, wait a second, what is this?
The magnificently ominous facade of the Great Elysian Stadium looms tall above the rabble-rousing prince, as if to goad him into such a competition which he cannot hope to win.
Cheers for the vote of confidence, old man.
That's a nice one. I guess I'm being set up for failure here. But you know what? Just before we go and commit to that failure, let's go ahead and take a break and see what's next on tap. We will be right back. Okay, and we are back. And like I said, I was looking just for a bit for our next drink. And so this one is a new one for me. It's by Oakland United and it's called Ironate Steel. It's kind of difficult to position that. I'm just doing it. I better reverse look up here. So it's an Imperial Stout, which means that it is a stout, but fortified. It's got stronger alcohol content, and I believe it's 10% according to the can. So every 10 drops of this, one of them is pure alcohol. I have to say, long-time viewers of this channel will know that I am a sucker for cool-looking cans, and I saw the graphics on this particular unit, and I thought I gotta have that. And that was even before finding out that it was an Imperial Stout, which actually happens to be one of my favorite flavors. Before we pour that though, let's go ahead and see what Untapped has to say on the matter. So once again, it's brewed by Oakland United. And in terms of notes, appearance, dark black body with light brown head. Aroma, notes of roasted malt and coffee with woolly, almost missy finish. I don't know what a missy finish is, but that's a red flag though. Not the missy finish, but the coffee. I am not a fan of coffee flavors in my stouts. I'm more of a milk sweet stout kind of person. Always have a sweet life, my friends. Now taste. Bold roasted malt note hit the palate first, followed by a dry oak note and a hint of noun on sweetness to finish out. Mouthfeel. The mouthfeel is different than taste. I guess that makes sense. Some people kind of just combine the two. Let's see. Coughs. You can't have just one, like chips. So mouthfeel. Velvet across the tongue to start that transitions into a lingering but not overpowering bitterness on the back. A hint of sweetness. And so here's me banking on that level of sweetness. Generally for heavier beers, I look for that sweetness, whether it comes from basic sweet flavors or something like bourbon for bourbon barrel beers, which also happen to be very high in alcohol content. Let's go ahead and pour this one. Hopefully it's not a pouring mishap. So definitely dark as advertised. Very light head, as with most stouts. Not as light as a Guinness though. I'm gonna make my way to Ireland one of these days. Imperial stouts are supposed to be originating in Russia, at least from what I read. And so, as you can imagine, recently there's been a certain lack of popularity with the style because it is suggested to be a product of Russia. But at this point, we've got American brewers making them. So, folks, it's just a style. It doesn't have to reflect back on its country of origin. Fang and ale. So I can certainly taste that sweetness at the end that they were suggesting. I would say the first thing that hits you is some of that woodiness, maybe the oak that they suggest. And then there's that roast that follows, which I would say covers 60-70% of the flavor experience. It's a roast that definitely touches on that coffee note, but at least it's not overpowering, and it's not hoppy or anything like that. That bitter flavor that I fear with Imperial Stout with a coffee note is mostly gone. I would say I probably like it more than Old Rasputin, and avid viewers of the stream will know I have Old Rasputin all the time. So at least my choice in beers, my love for can designs didn't actually lead me astray today. And let's go back to Theseus. All right. So, to remember, my attack is at level 4 and it can cast Deflect. In addition to that, it fires continuously. My Thunder is attached to my special, which is nice, but it's only a level 1. I have a Flood Shot for no reason other than to complete my Fury's notes or fates. And then I've got Tidal Dash at level 2. In addition to that, I do have the Cosmic Egg, which allows me to enter Chaos Gates without suffering. I've got a bit more move speed for the next encounter, so maybe that's about to go after this. And Dark Thirst, more darkness, of course. Life Affirmation, more for Centaur Hearts. Pauper's Affluence, more coin. Dying Lament, that's from Aphrodite. Wave Pounding, I can't get enough of that name, Wave Pounding. Brilliant Riposte, and so more damage from deflected attacks, almost twice as much. One more dash, Pauper's Flourish, more damage from special, and then Flurry Shot. This is the continuous shot, which I can't make up my mind to see if I like it or not more, but I can certainly see its benefits when I see them. Let's take on Theseus. See if we can get away from the Minotaur, which is really our main antagonist in this challenge.
So, the Fiend returns to challenge us again, Asterius. Or rather, to besmirch the honor of this competition.
Were you expecting anyone else?
Besmirch what honor? You're just complaining that you lost, even though I was outnumbered.
2 to 1.
Silence, you monster. I'll hear no more such wicked lies, half-truths, or quarter-truths. You, however, soon shall hear my blessed spear. Specifically, the sound it makes whilst sliding into your exposed midsection. Defend yourself!
I will have no more of this tomfoolery. Whoa. Clearly the name of the game is just to keep moving. And once it starts charging, it's so frustrating. Maybe if I can just hide a bit. I would rather not. I would rather play this one smart. I'm a blackguard, am I? This Minotaur is ridiculous. And now it's running. Ah, jeez. Gotta pick my spots here. You rank. Ah, that was foolish. This guy is ridiculous. How is it impervious? Thank you for the warning. I think I've been trying to be as careful as possible. Ah, and there I go. Last chance. What are we doing here? honestly, I will be happy with this run if I can just get rid of this Minotaur. It's so chunky. It's got such... Yeah, I noticed. Maybe I should have hit it. Couldn't agree more. Wow. It's just sitting there and taking it. It's ridiculous. Did I even take down the Minotaur? It sounded like it did. Wow. That was frustrating.
Oh, I want a rematch now.
I honestly don't know that I want a rematch now, but that's okay. That one took a while. Let's go ahead and end this particular game, especially if we're thinking about committing to our Final Fantasy XIV block next. I think maybe just keeping it down to one run for today will be sufficient. Looks like Fan is there waiting for us, but this one will have to wait for next time. On the other side of this be right back game screen, we'll probably do some Soulcalibur, so stay tuned. And if you are only here for the Hades, stay thirsty, Kin. I will see you next week. Okay, and we are back to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. With me, your host, Ale Wolf. I drink and I fail. Today, for the rest of this particular block, we're going to continue on our Soulcalibur VI campaign. Those of you that have been following along know that we've been trying to complete the story mode as best we can. Our history with Soulcalibur series has mostly been in Soulcalibur 2 back on the GameCube and Soulcalibur 3 on the PlayStation 3, so coming back to the series was actually, I don't know, I think I've liked it so far. I like the characters, and I've never been quite proficient at this particular game, but I've always enjoyed the feeling of just how good it feels to beat down an opponent. But before we do that, of course, let's go ahead and check out what's on tap. And if you're joining me from the Haiti stream, you'll know that I've been having this Iron and Steel Imperial Stout from Oakland United, which is a brewery here in California, if I'm suggesting that I'm in California. It's an Imperial Stout, which means it's a stronger stout. The Imperial Stout, of course, originating from Russia. It's got a pretty black body. It's got some sweet notes on it, but the thing that you feel the most is the malts on it and the roast on those, which kind of give it a slight coffee finish to it. I wouldn't say coffee is generally the flavor that I'm looking for when I'm having a stout, but this one I don't disagree with. It's actually quite pleasant, and maybe it's just a good vehicle for a strong experience. So, thank and ale, dear viewers. And let's go ahead and see where we left off. Okay, there we go. And that seemed to work. He's working with a Neon Boy. And so we are trying to complete Soul Chronicle. The Shadow of the Azure Knight, and that's part of the main story. I feel before tackling that, though, let's go ahead and play with a simpler part of some other person's story. Maxi with the nunchucks. I do like Shanghua. Very graceful individual to play with. A mother's swordplay. That's all you can hope for. Oh, and I realized that the desktop audio hasn't been playing this entire time.
A long time
How frustrating.
has passed since your mother left this world.
It has.
Things cannot have been easy for you.
I've never really thought about it like that. From time to time, I just remember what my mother said to me.
Apologies for that, dear viewers.
Fate is carved with your own hands. Use that sword to open a way to the ever-changing future.
Man, Shanghua's mother is also quite
so
fetching.
whenever I face challenging times, it's up to me to overcome them.
Your attitude reminds me so much of your mother.
And my skill with the sword?
That too, of course.
Yes, of course.
With my
That's
mother's
what he
sword in
meant.
hand, I want to find my own path.
Naturally. And if you wish to serve your country, like others in your family, that path may be open to you.
How so?
Apply to work for the Emperor's Guard. If you
Oh
are serious,
man,
it
a
may
job
be worth
application.
Considering.
Really?
Our country is facing difficulties. Perhaps times are changing. Even so, you must remember that you represent the Chai name. A slapdash attitude will not be taken lightly. You will be tested on your intelligence and manners, as well as your swordsmanship.
This is some level of tutoring. Like any additional tips, old man? Okay, the Emperor's Guard exam. Shanghua was set to take an exam to become part of the Emperor's Guard. Being from the noble Chai household did not automatically grant her a pass. She had to prove her worth by dint of her skill. Am I clicking the right thing? Oh, there it goes.
Do us proud, Shanghua. I will, and then some. No one can match my skills with a sword. Don't hurt yourself. The exam has only just begun. I know. Oh, is that mooncake?
I love mooncake.
Great. Ow! You
What?
can eat if you pass the exam.
That could be interpreted in a few ways. Alright, gotta wait for that mooncake. I think the thing that I appreciate about the way in which Shanghua fights is just the way everything flows into something else. So even if you're a button masher like myself, it just looks incredibly graceful. And I wouldn't say the greatest level of power or anything like that. It's just graceful. And I've got you. Obviously that guard died from his wounds, but that's not really documented. Now about that
I
mooncake.
didn't expect a written exam. And did you have to make it this hard? Of course we did. Ugh. I've never been good at this sort of thing. If you've got time to whine, you've got time to write.
Wine and dine. That's what I'm talking about. There's a third component missing there.
I hear your brother was on another level. He's not around anymore, so what does that have to do with anything? If I get into the Emperor's Guard, I could probably try to find him for you.
You could also try to find them regardless of whether or not you become part of the guard.
Okay.
I really like her sideburns there. Quite artistic. Okay, some museum openings. Having somehow passed her exam, Shanghua was summoned to the suburbs of Beijing as an officer cadet. While waiting among the other cadets, she soon noticed someone approaching. Who might this be?
Whoa, I didn't think there'd be so many people. The exam must still be in its early stages.
Potentially.
I can't believe there's actually another woman here.
And you are?
Yeah, who are you?
My name's Liang Lingyu. It's an honor to be here with one of the Chai family.
Oh, okay, thanks.
What better way
What
to
is
get
she
home
wearing?
to
Some
than
sort
by
of
going
a
around her tail?
polar coat?
Oh, sure.
Snow coat, maybe? Can't be that cold around here.
Battle 1. Fight.
Alright, let's go. Ah, and I missed that one. Let's go. And she wasn't wearing a snow coat, it's just that she's got a very thick scarf. I think one of the things I like about this story mode is not only do you fight a lot of the characters in the game, of course, but there's a lot of just random individuals that get put into the game from the character creator. Oh, now she's mad. Oh, I wanted to parry that. just flow from one move to the other. Look at that. I helicoptered her backside. That must have felt unpleasant. And just a bit of a second
Your
here.
ties really are something. Thanks. It'd be great to work alongside you, fighting for justice in the Guard.
For justice?
That's what you're working for, right? Justice.
Oh, okay.
Discipline and dedication, the 2 Ds. The candidates for joining the Emperor's Guard had slowly been whittled down. Some gave up and joined the army, while others returned home. Each had their own path to follow. Still in the running, Shanghua and Ling Yu taught each other techniques and threw themselves wholeheartedly into their training. Does that mean there's a rematch coming?
Whew. Another tough training session today. Want to get some food together, Ling Yu?
How about we go for another round first?
What? Now?
What would you do if the Emperor was attacked right now? You couldn't just ask the enemy to wait while you ate, could you?
Couldn't you make that sort of rationale for every time you want to eat anything ever? Yeah, let's get some Mickey D's. Well, what if the Emperor is attacked?
Battle 1. Fight.
Come on. Let's go get that Jimmy John's. And it's always not a good idea to drink in the middle of your rounds. Or drink ever, to be perfectly honest with you. Don't drink. I'll do it for you. Oh, there he goes. Vertical. Ah, wrong call. Wow, sidestepped. And just a boot to the face. I'm not parrying effectively enough. Oh, vertical again. Ah, nice. Such grace. Okay then, how about that fried chicken?
Huh. This is why I chose to stick close to you. You use a lot of different techniques, but your foundation is solid.
I literally only used like 3 attacks.
I'm just doing what my mother taught me to do.
If you've got one weakness, it's your mentality. No matter how good you are with the sword, you can't defend justice if you're easily discouraged.
I'm fine when I need to be.
Words to live by, folks. Be confident in what you do. And so, the hero's sword. The Ming Empire's intermittent search for the hero's sword had yet to turn up any solid leads. Now, as an officer cadet, it was Shanghua's turn to help join in the search. To this end, she was deployed to an area near the western region.
Do you think the hero's sword really exists?
Shh. Don't mention that here.
Don't mention it. People are gonna overhear it.
I hear they have a lot of riots around. Ah!
Right on cue. Just try it, scoundrels.
Okay. Ah, scoundrel! And of course my controller just randomly stops working. Just as the fight starts. The head chopping move right there. Oh, I got kicked in the back. Very reliable kicks with this character. I wish I could just have the time to actually master using her. She's actually quite impressive. Just a good combination between just maneuverability and attack. But more important than anything, just grace. Oh man. What are you doing with that giant axe anyways, dude? Oh, come on. Who knew you had the power of electricity with you? Just random peasants. I've got the power of Benjamin Franklin.
Like I say, justice will prevail.
Somehow we're still alive. Ling Yu? Are we lost?
Shanghua, you just don't get it, do you?
This person has been rather suspicious this entire time.
We create them.
Is she about to betray me?
Ugh, I could eat a horse.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, a brief respite. The search for the hero's sword had ended once more in failure. Returning to Beijing, Shanghua and Ling Yu were able to enjoy a brief period of respite with Mei Mei. Oh, I forgot about Mei Mei.
Some tea. Yay, mooncakes! Nom nom.
Thanks. It's great.
Anyone out there enjoy mooncakes? Because I certainly enjoy them,
What's so important about
but
it?
only
Is it
if they've
really
got
worth
egg yolk
risking
in
one's
them.
life for?
If it's for
Hot
justice,
take, maybe.
then sure.
I wish I was as steadfast as you, Ling Yu. I haven't got a clue as to what I should do. You impressed me with your ambition when you told me you wanted to become an officer. But wouldn't your mother be upset?
Potentially.
She always said, fate is carved with your own hands.
Words of wisdom.
WOW.
Yeah, it suits you.
All right. I'm feeling a bit better. That's the spirit, you two.
Okay, the fate one carves for oneself. Though Shanghua had made it to the final exam, only one could pass. And unfortunately for Shanghua, that meant fighting against Ling Yu. So round 3 then. How good have you gotten this entire time?
I guess it was too much to ask for us to work together.
Ling Yu.
Now is the
You
betrayal.
understand I won't hold back. Come on, fight me.
Now it's when she says I wouldn't have it any other way or something to that effect.
Blade's shaking, Shanghua. I'll take no pride in beating you like this.
She's got such nice sideburns. Jeez.
Battle 1. Fight!
Oh my god, first blood. Let's go. Come on, just block once. No! So close. Ah, that's frustrating. Computer rarely commits to a ring out. But I am not above that practice. Oh, come on, just get out of here. And just a slap in the face with a sword. Let's go. Such an insulting attack. Oh, come on! How could you deny her mother's attack? Ling Yu is insane in this level. Just keep bouncing.
Just kidding.
That was an air juggle if I ever saw one. I should have done something with more reach once I had the opening. You're not gonna... You... scoundrel. Am I about to fall? Oh. I almost thought I was about to throw myself into the chasm as I was doing that throw. That would have been a funny win. Like, you are dead, but I'm out. A moment of solidarity.
You're really something.
Ling Yu,
Come on, Xianghua. What's with that expression? Don't cry.
Okay, this is very touching.
Stand tall. Be proud. You're the victor.
They're so good together.
Justice will prevail. That better?
Yeah. Better.
You guys, I wish I had friendships like that.
So that's why the Third Corps is using the Emperor's Guard.
Here I am, finally. Another path closed to me. In that case,
Fate is carved with your own hands. Use that sword to open a way to the ever-changing future.
Mom.
Mother, Ling Yu, just you watch what I can do.
I mean, Ling Yu can just take the exam next year or something, right? It's not like she's prohibited from ever taking the exam again.
The names of the warriors whose fates were bound to the two swords have been etched into the very fibers of history.
I do remember them well. And just a bit of housekeeping here. So a few more portraits. Okay, so done with Xianghua. Who should we go on with next? And if you are just joining us, I'm trying to finish the Soulcalibur IV story mode and enjoying an Iron and Steel from Oakland United Imperial Stout. Ivy. Is that is that just a lot of show? Shangmina, we did take her pretty far, but her next chapter is not open yet. Astaroth. I really hate Astaroth. I think he's a fool. He's like the Zangief of Soulcalibur. Nightmare though. That one might be interesting. And no path for Siegfried just yet. I'm sure that it's intertwined with Nightmare though. Of course, finished everything with Sophitia. Voldo is weird. Finished everything up to a point with Raphael. Is Amy open actually? Could try Amy. Choices, my friends, choices. I do like Hildy though. She's amazing. Probably like my favorite person after Sophitia.
Wolf Krone,
Wedged between the Kingdom of France and the Holy Roman Empire, this small European kingdom on the west bank of the Rhine traces its roots to its guardian beast, the wolf.
The
Legend
hind.
states that long ago, a mythic hero known as the Wolf wielded a holy spear and sword in defense of the land's people and established for them a nation, which now boasts a robust warrior tradition with soldiers widely renowned for their skill.
My kin.
Over their long and proud history, the people of Wolfkrone were at one point absorbed by another nation and split into multiple disparate houses, but nevertheless, their bloodline endured. By the end of the 14th century, Lord Philibert IV of Krone rose up with brilliant political savvy and formidable military might to re-establish an independent monarchy over which he ruled as king.
Okay.
Generations passed, and the year is now 1582. King George of Wolfkrone is hailed as the greatest monarch since
It's not Wolfkrone.
His elite retinue, known as the Silver Wolves, have made a name for themselves, fighting on countless battlefields.
Much like the hills.
With a sword in one hand and a spear flying their banner in the other, the soldiers of Wolfkrone have spent centuries honing a unique fighting technique that honors their legendary founder, the Wolf.
What about the shield, though?
And now, a noble young wolf grips sword and spear with pride and honor, eyes burning bright, with a determination to lead the people of Wolfkrone into a new age.
Is that Hildy? That's surprising. I guess she's generally using full armor, so you can't actually see her features very well.
Taste my spear!
And who is that handsome young man?
That's enough.
Stop attacking your friend. Why is that the king?
Hilda, that strike to his flank was brilliant. Wilhelm's defense is impeccable, and yet you triumphed. You've reason to be proud.
Well, clearly it's not impeccable if that's the case.
Of the Silver Wolves themselves.
Any talent I have is only because you spared the time to instruct me, Father.
Or is she actually the daughter of
Victory
the
is due in part to Wilhelm purposely
king?
holding back.
I guess.
Isn't that right, Wilhelm?
Not in the least, lady. The battle was fair, your strength true.
Wonderful. Then this victory is mine to claim.
Does everyone in this country just have reddish hair?
Father, there is still more I can improve. You praised my skill and dexterity. I take it you find my strength still lacking. A proposition, if I may. On the day that my physical strength, too, is worthy of a silver wolf, will you permit me to wield your royal spear and sword? Even if but for a moment.
This is definitely not the personality that I ascribed to Hildy before this game.
Now, it is far too late to hide. Wouldn't you agree, Garibrand?
Garibrand. Who is this guy?
You seem in good humor today, my lord. Princess, Glenzenda Nova and Fisher Himmel are the weapons of the throne itself.
Glenzenda
Bear them on
and
the day
Fisher
you ascend
Himmel.
the throne, regardless of your own wishes.
I already know that, old man. But that day is only slightly less than forever from now, is it not?
No, call him by his name.
That it is. Which is why you should
Gildebrand.
forget about it and focus on
Garibrand.
the tasks in front of you.
Garibaldi.
And right now, your immediate concerns are returning to the palace and learning your duties for the memorial service.
That's true, I must admit. I cannot bring dishonor upon our family.
Everywhere, everyone has to bring honor to their family.
Fine attitude. Hilda, I shall teach you a good method of building strength during our next session.
Sparring match maybe?
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, Father, Master Johann, my duties await.
Alright. I'm going to back away into this bush.
Who in the world does that girl take after? My apologies, Johann. Sir Durer.
Johann is fine, my lord. Just like old times. Still, the princess improves at a rapid pace. I expected no less from the daughter of King George himself.
I am King George.
I confess, I do not know any other way to interact with her. Training her is my attempt to bond.
That's the best way to raise a child.
Her skill is due to your superb instruction, Johann. Nothing. Wilhelm, how long do you plan on napping in front of your teacher?
He was just napping while everyone was
I'm
talking.
ready. It is inexcusable for the man destined to be captain of the Silver Wolves to show hesitation in battle. I will not give you special treatment, son of my brother or not. I promised him.
Okay, there you go. Now you actually tell me who he is.
Now, Your Majesty, you cannot blame the boy. I doubt it is easy to fight against the princess.
So I'm assuming he is the brother of the
It
king.
says in chapter 9 of the Path to Victory.
Of course, I can recite every word.
As studious as ever, I see. I wish I could say the same of my own sons. Now, take up
Or
your
so
arms.
maybe he is not his father.
since
I actually don't know.
instructed you in the praxis of
I need a family tree. Okay, so Looming Storm. Johander meets King George in the Wolf Krone Palace. As an emissary for Rockburg, Johann has come to ask for reinforcements for the battle about to break out nearby. This visit would set in motion the beginning of dark times for the kingdom of Wolf Krone.
I understand the situation. I swear by my honor, Wolf Krone will aid you in your time of need.
Well, in the name of Lord Eckhart and the people of Rauschburg, I offer you our sincerest
Rauschburg, that's how
thanks.
that was pronounced.
This noble act will no doubt see the reputation of both Wolf Krone and its king shine ever brighter throughout the land.
Let us dispense with this stifling formality. How could I refuse the man who fought by my side in so many battles, and who is the teacher of my beloved daughter?
Yeah, we're bros.
Moreover, I hear that Lord Eckhart is on friendly terms.
Oh, there's so many people in this story.
The mutual friendship we build today will serve us well in future dealings with the Holy Roman Empire.
Of course.
And when that day comes, the captain of the Rauschburg Knights will be at your side to offer my voice in your support.
Garabrand, once again, I will lead our forces in battle. You must stay behind and mind the castle in my absence.
Mind the castle, will ya?
You shall fulfill your duty as a soldier of the Krone family in the battle to come.
As you command, my lord.
As you command.
But my lord, next month is the memorial service. If the war is prolonged, the princess will have to attend it alone.
I'll be fine, old man.
Why did you just keep calling him an old man?
And safe return will be the greatest comfort he can offer the departed. I'm sure it is what both Mother and the Prince would have wanted.
Clearly, from now, everyone in chat should
Assuming
just
our
call me
foe's
old man.
general is familiar with the proceedings of war, peace will return within the month. I will lead the Silver Wolves into battle and end this affair quickly.
Sorry that those watching these cutscenes via Twitch cannot see the glorious face markings that this guy has on his forehead.
It's been a month since Father
But look it up though.
left for Rauschburg,
Google father.
and yet all I can do is sit here and pray for their safety. The night sky is bright.
It turned to a faint crimson glow.
A pillar of light. What could it be?
I don't know, maybe end times?
It's beautiful, and yet never have I felt such an ill omen. Great Wolf, ancestor of our people, please protect Father and the others.
The pillar of light Hildegard von Krone witnessed that night pierced the heavens. It would later become known as the Evil Seed, an event that altered the destiny of the Wolf Krone kingdom forever. Malevolent beams of light rained down across the world, spreading misfortune and despair. One even found its way to the border of Wolf Krone.
One of the beams was wily enough to find its way there.
Were passing through on their way home from war.
Okay, what's up?
What should I do? Why? Why would you do this to us, my lord?
Oh no. My lord. Who are we talking to? King George. Ah, of course, he has become angry. He's been taken over by the frenzy. Gormagal is real.
Impossible. Even the Silver Wolves cannot stand against him.
No. It's that the Silver Wolves refuse to turn their blades upon him. What loyal member of the King's retinue would dare try to slay him with their own hand?
Lord Wilhelm, quickly, you must return to tell the castle. We will buy you time.
Above you! Watch out!
Oh no, there he goes.
No!
Oh, Gunnagurk. Guagnakung. Can you do something rather than just stare? You've got a ultimate Rugal here.
Why are men so...
Alfred.
Can I hold him? I'm dead.
Ah, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, wait a second. Who is this? By the way, this is probably 15 minutes into the story of Hildy, and I've yet to have a match.
Well, keep your head. Don't kill him.
Who are these, space pirates?
Who are you people? Are you alright? My name's Curtis. I'm a
Curtis Stryker.
And that grumpy fellow over there is...
Very
This is
handsome.
no time for small talk. Think of how to
Grow.
stop this guy.
Grow.
First he leaps in to save someone without a thought, then makes me clean up his mess. Well, if Grow can't stop him...
Grow. Okay.
You, look me in the eye.
In the one eye.
You're surprisingly calm considering the circumstances.
It's almost as if you've only got one character per portrait.
Malfested berserkers to sleep. We'll keep him distracted. You stab him with it. Got it?
Do I get to play now, please?
Curtis! Sorry I took so long. I've got your back.
Who are these space friends that have come to aid?
Can I really do this? To someone who is like a father to me?
Like a father. Okay, chapter 3, still no action. Before the twilight, King George succumbs to the madness of the evil seed and is captured with the help of the Aval organization. Other kingdoms fall prey to the evil seed as well, and reports flood in of the malfested scourge wreaking havoc across the world. Having lost its great king, the Wolf Krone kingdom is plunged into chaos and finds itself in dire need of a new leader to serve as a beacon of hope. You definitely need a leader.
That about sums it up. Any questions?
So these malfested are inhuman creatures transformed by the malevolent energies of the cursed sword Soul Edge?
That about sums it up, yes.
And the Aval organization has opposed them since time immemorial. often with the help of steadfast allies. There was a time in which we counted the men and women of Wolfkrone among them.
How long ago was that?
This has been a closely guarded secret, only revealed to the king and his closest advisors. The people of the Wolf have been sworn to battle Soul Edge since the time of our forebears.
I would like to know why this has been kept a secret. I feel like it should be well known.
We heard the truth. All of it. As you know, since the evil seed, people have transformed into Malfested and run rampant across the land. But this is merely the beginning.
At the center of this coming storm, we will find the wielder of Soul Edge. The Azure Knight. We've chased him this far.
Azure, another word for blue. There he is.
Those cut by the Azure Knight's cursed blade will
That
die
is
if they are
badass.
lucky, and turn into a Malfested if they are not. If he is not dealt with, the calamity he brings will engulf the world.
So the suggestion is if somebody slashes them with that gigantic sword, they might become cursed and not chopped in half.
The Azure Knight is mighty indeed, but a man like King George could withstand his power. Likely the king suffered the touch of the evil seed itself. We have used medicines known to the Aval organization to put him to sleep for now, but eventually...
He will wake up very cranky.
Speak plainly, Curtis. Your king has become an outsider. There is no known way to return him to what he was.
Whoa.
We have only two choices. Kill him, or put him into an eternal slumber.
Isn't that the same thing?
Crow! I apologize for my comrade's discourtesy.
Wow.
The truth is, under normal circumstances,
This story has been as long as anything I played during the Xenosaga 1.
King George is a monarch, and he has been a vital ally to our organization. As such, it is our leader's wish that the matter of what to do with him be left to the next ruler of Wolfkrone.
Will you?
When I saw the king, he was glorying in the slaughter. Noble, just man we knew. It was not him.
Wilhelm, that's enough. We have heard this already.
Speaking of which, there was a Wilhelm in Xenosaga.
To this land. Without King George to support us, well, we will have to watch and wait for now, delaying our decision until peace returns.
If that is your wish, the Aval organization will do everything in its power to help.
That's not good enough.
Okay. Hey, what's up, dude?
This is a decision of great significance, and there is no right answer. Regardless, it can only be made by the surrogate of the king acting on their own convictions.
That may be true. Still...
I think there is exactly one outcome here. Is she going to become the new king or what?
Sir Curtis, Sir Grow, honored emissaries of the Aval organization. I speak to you as regent of the king. He was a sagacious man who brought strength to our land and prosperity to our people. A kind man who taught me all I know of familial love. And so I stand here not just as the princess, but as his daughter, and ask you to spare the life of my father. The people will no doubt be uneasy with such a young ruler as myself ascending the throne. I ask for time. Time to prove I will be a queen of whom they can be proud.
I'm sure not everyone will be happy with the decision, but...
Then very well. But I would decide on a deadline now if I were you. And when that time comes, we will do what must be done.
You have my sincerest thanks, Sir Grow. You and the Aval organization both.
The mysterious Aval
Listen
organization.
Well. I, Hildegard von Krone, hereby swear upon my honor and my name that we, the people of Wolfkrone, will fight by your side against the threat of the Malfested.
Okay. Can we get some Malfested to fight now? Okay, chapter 4. Wow, is this an endurance match here? Okay, a glimmer of hope. 5 years have passed since I had a fight, but also since Hildegard von Krone became regent. The Azure Knight and his twisted legion of Malfested spread turmoil across the land. With the help of those around her, Hildy manages to maintain the stability of her country and her reign by fending off invasion by the evil forces. Cool.
5 years have passed since the baleful light wrought its calamity upon the kingdom. Years of war have forged Hilda into a strong and capable ruler. No longer a helpless princess, she has become a virtuous warrior and skilled general. The year is 1586, and the Azure Knight, evil lord of the Malfested, has been defeated by an unknown hero. Wolf Krone savors a fleeting moment of peace, but even with their leader's fall, the Azure Knight's vile servants remain. The surviving Malfested are still a clear threat, slowly eating away at the kingdom's strength.
Do we get to prove our might now? Oh wow, new character portrait.
No matter how many times I see the likes of this, I never grow used to it. I will not allow myself to. Not ever.
And you shouldn't.
So ignoble pillage may be a natural part of war. This mindless slaughter is beyond the pale.
And who might you be, peasant?
Lady Hilda. Lady Hilda, you've come to save us. Thank you. Thank you. Those brutish beasts, my sons. They were all... Please, I beg you. Bring righteous justice down upon them.
A most unkind fate.
Fear not. Your rage is my own. Your wrath now my burden. By the honor of the Krone family, I will see these Malfested demons slain. Brutish beasts. Though that they may be, the Malfested appear to be behaving differently as of late. They have been forming bands, organizing. Could this mean someone besides the Azure Knight is leading them?
Potentially. Ah, yes, the Eagle Knight.
The troops are in position.
Grr,
Await your
Hildy.
signal.
Excellent.
What is so that's her name?
Proud warriors of Wolf Krone, heed my words. My
Lovely
retinue
cheers.
and I will lead the assault into the thick of the forest. Archers, on my mark. Rain a torrent of missiles down to flush out any cowards hoping to ambush us. Cavalry, to the wings! Circle the fiends and cut off any means of escape. Center battalion, sharpen your fangs and await my orders.
Diamond formation.
All units, advance! No mercy and no quarter for our treacherous foes. I expect courage and valor from every one of you.
Now, who wants to go home and who wants to go with me? Ah, finally. So the nice thing about fighting with Hildy is that she's got this incredible range with her spear. Which generally gets the job done, but in case you actually need to get up close, she's got a really quick sword about her as well. So let me demonstrate over here. And so you can punish the enemy if they decide to actually come in close with you. You don't have to depend on that spear, which is slightly different than Keeley or even Shanghua, which generally benefit from the fact that from the distance. Of course, the spear, as you can expect, is not as fast as the sword itself. But as long as you're keeping range, it's actually really easy to chain attacks together. And just You are out. And I really love how she holds that spear. It's got such poise about it.
Lady Hildegard, I am delighted at your safe return.
Garibrand, my gratitude is always for the warm welcome home. How fares the relief efforts for the region I spoke of in my last letter?
My lady, we have secured a place to unload supplies and are sending the first loads of grain as we speak.
Ah, yes,
However,
great.
the endless battles have emptied our coffers. We will need support from nearby nations or another source of wealth if we are to maintain the army.
Noted. But remember, it is not just Malfested who would destroy us. Maintaining the strength of our army is essential. It provides income through mercenary work, and a threat to make potential invaders think twice.
I am aware, but the rising costs of our military have been a problem for many years now.
Please, no more money into military
I would suppose the
spending.
import of firearms is the primary burden on our treasury. That and the Silver Wolves, supposedly our country's most elite force, have been unimpressive of late.
Wow.
Am I sensing
Wilhelm.
dissatisfaction with our performance?
Lord Wilhelm, I'm glad you heard. As their commander, do you have any words to speak in the Silver Wolves' defense?
Not a whisper. Though, if I were to speak my mind, I would suggest to stop starting wars over one little village or two.
Wilhelm, watch your tongue. What have you done besides shirk your duty?
You think the royal family's duty
This
to
is a
stand
very
on the front
tense
line and
scene.
risk death? I would prefer that we do not rile our neighbors, nor give them cause to attack.
You dare insult Lady Hilda? If you and the Silver Wolves would fulfill your duties, she would not have to risk herself so.
My company is under the direct command of the king, not his regent.
Wow,
Perhaps
someone
if
is
Lady Hildegard
jealous.
here could wield the sword and spear that symbolizes our nation's power, I would obey her orders.
Seems like Wilhelm is calling for
To
a
think the man
whipping.
who claims to be our kingdom's greatest spearman is a coward.
Stand down, Gerhilda. Lord Wilhelm, while I appreciate your words of warning, the throne is nothing without its people. As regent, I cannot turn a blind eye towards our people's suffering.
As regent, is it? If you truly cared about our people, war is not all you would pursue. Sacrificing the greater good for a few meager lives is not a trade I think a worthy ruler would make. On the other hand, I despise this kingdom, so please, ruin it as you wish.
I can't quite understand your motivation, Wilhelm. Okay. And chapter 5. I think we're gonna go ahead and close it out for now though. 4 chapters and we've had exactly one fight in Hildy's story. Which was, I have to say, just a little bit disappointing. But I think we're gonna call it for Soulcalibur at this time. Go ahead and change it. And so, if you are hopping off at this time, I wish you a wonderful rest of your Friday. But if you are not, and you are joining us for our Final Fantasy XIV stream, then please stay, get something delicious to drink, because I am certainly going to do that. We'll be back in about 5 or so minutes with our Final Fantasy XIV stream. And for everyone else, stay thirsty, Wolfkin. See you again. And we are back to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. Welcome anyone who decided to hop on at this time for our Final Fantasy XIV block. As usual, we have a friend of the stream, John, joining us, an experienced Final Fantasy XIV player. How are you doing today, John?
Doing good, just honing my Final Fantasy XIV skills.
Well, that's certainly functional for our purposes today. As usual, before we move on to the main event, let's go ahead and review what's on tap today. And so anybody who caught us from our Soulcalibur stream just now will remember that we are drinking Oakland United's Iron and Steel, which I thought had a very nifty can design. Can you see that, John?
Let me give that a look.
Are you not
That is a pretty cool
actively
design.
looking at the stream, John?
Well, I have my game in one monitor and then you're streaming another. So
Yeah.
I saw it now though.
Yeah, so it's definitely a blacksmith's type of can. It's an imperial stout, which means it's a stout that's got greater alcohol content. I'm sure there's a little more nuance there, but that's generally how I find them to be. It's got some roast on it with some hints of coffee, but it's got a nice sweet flavor to it, which I generally appreciate. I'm not keen on the coffee flavored stouts, so this one was kind of a gamble, but I think it paid off. And here it is. Essentially at 20% of it. We'll probably get something else shortly, so bang and ale. Okay, and with that, let's go ahead and move on to our game. Now, if I recall correctly, it's actually been a bit of time since last we played this game. Maybe like 2 weeks.
Is that true? Did we not play last week?
I can't quite recall. Maybe we did play for a very short while, but I feel like it's been a while. Anyways,
I wonder if this game has /play or played.
I'm just going to say that time within an MMORPG is meaningless. You kind of just keep putting in the hours.
It's true, slow and steady.
Okay. So here we are. I'm back in front of Minfilia. And so apparently Rama is posing a threat. Is that how you pronounce that? How do you pronounce Ramu, John?
I think it's like how you pronounce it the second time, Ramu.
Ramu? Like a cow?
It's like Ramune, the delicious Japanese drink.
And not like a Rama, like a Brahma.
No, not like a Rama.
Okay.
Not like future Rama.
Okay. So Ramu has become a threat. I thought only beastly type summons were going to be the threat in this game, but I guess not. There's some humanoid ones as well.
Yeah, I think that the way that the story goes is that so any summon from the previous game can be a primal, but then the primals are worshipped by beastmen.
Those evil beastmen. Okay, so my next quest is self-management. Speak with Vorsailor at the Adder's Nest. Okay, let's see. How can we get there? Travel to New Gridania. Where are you on your quest?
Doing your... I'm actually gonna go do my Chocobo quest. Have you bought a Chocobo yet? Or have you gotten a Chocobo ticket?
I don't believe that's
enough.
been the case. But this might be the quest that gives me that. Maybe.
Well, if you want to buy like a chocobo, I forget what it's called, but it's like a chocobo ticket basically. You need to go to your brand company's like vendor, and then just spend some dungeon points. And you should have enough dungeon points because I definitely got enough in the last dungeon that we did.
I see. Okay, and I'm at level 33. Very, I want to say 10% shy of level 34 actually. We come in peace. This is a level 20 quest. So I guess I'm over leveled.
I think that makes two of us.
Ah, of course, Papa Limo. Better to be safe than sorry. I guess the sylphs are out of control. Alright, this is like 8 text boxes. I think I'm skipping this. Jeez. A friendly palaver indeed. So John, have you been consuming any media of note this past week?
Yeah, I have actually.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said let's hear it.
I have watched, I watched Apocalypto last Sunday, I think? Or, no, actually last, like, Tuesday.
Didn't that movie come out in 2000, in the year 2000?
I think it came out in 2006.
Okay, well, I was pretty close.
But yeah, I'm actually surprised by the quality of it, considering how much of a sketchy past the director of that movie has. But I think that the quality of the movie was actually pretty good, and I don't know, I don't know if it ever got a rap for being insensitive, but I don't think it's as insensitive as some people have made it out to be. I feel like it's not overly terrible. It's not really like stereotyping people.
I'm sure I saw it over a decade ago, so I don't remember the finer details, but I do remember some controversy pertaining to its release. So you might be right. I would have to watch it to remember myself. I thought it had some complex ideas, some very interesting principles, but I don't know that I would necessarily watch it again, and I suppose it's a problem if you spoil it. What exactly was the premise on it? Was it the end of the world for a group of let's primitive individuals would probably be the operant word.
So the story centers around a Mayan tribe, and they are also attacked by a bigger and meaner Mayan tribe. So the story centers around this young man. His name is Jaguar Paw, and he essentially, the start of the story is basically just him kind of like showing how he lives his life, how he's the son of like the tribe's leader, and so they're hunting. He gets into funny mischief with his pals, and everything's good and dandy. But then one day while he's hunting, he runs across this other foreign tribe, which just has like this completely scared look on their face, and it kind of marks him as he's kind of confused as to why this has made such an impact on him. And the reason why they were scared is because they were basically taken over by another bigger and badder tribe, and they were just running away. And so the whole premise of the story is that the bigger and badder tribe obviously eventually gets to their tribe. They basically raise the entirety of their land. And then he gets taken as a slave along with some of his pals.
No, you mean raise as in like burn to the ground, not like raise as in nurture and take care.
Yeah, raise as in burn to the ground.
That would be a very strange premise if they just decided like, hey, we're gonna take care of you guys, just hang back.
Yeah. So yeah, basically that's the story. He gets stolen away, taken as a slave, but then he eventually breaks free. And I think that throughout the main goal for me, so I think one of the disclaimers for that movie is if you're not into gory movies, definitely don't watch it, because I think the gory effects actually have stood the test of time, because for a movie that's almost 20 years old at this point, it's pretty gruesome, and it's not like it's not terribly fake looking. So I think the special effects of that movie definitely do it justice. But I think overall it's just a really good like sort of hero story about the guy who got kidnapped. But then at the end, in the ending scene, they show like some of the conquistadors coming and making their way to land, and so that's kind of it kind of is like out of the frying pan and into the fire sort of situation, because it kind of foreshadows that even though he has achieved this peace, escaping this larger badder group, his people effectively now have to deal with the conquistadors, and we all know how great the conquistadors were for the native peoples of Central America.
So it's like the cliffhanger is like, oh hey, everyone's gonna be great friends, but how will that happen?
Yeah, you could say so.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Like I said, I did see it over a decade ago. And my question is, why did you decide to watch this movie at this time now? Did somebody recommend it to you, or did it appear on your recommended list?
It was something on my watch list. It was something that I wanted to rewatch, because I remember watching it a long time ago, and I did like it back then, but I didn't know why I liked it. So I just kind of wanted to see it again and see if, I honestly don't think that there was much criticism about it being insensitive. I think it was just a local minority who really hated Mel Gibson, and, with or without good cause, I don't really know. But, that's the reason why.
Well, that's fair, and if you disagree with the man, you should you have the freedom to distance yourself from their art. But at the same time, I almost feel like if you enjoy the art, that's not necessarily suggesting that you absolve the individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I might give that a watch at some point, at least once more before I die.
Yeah, definitely worth a cursory watch with any of your friends or relatives who are not particularly sensitive to gory stuff, because man, is that movie gory.
I'm sure they'll be alright. Isn't that the one... I think I vaguely recall that they play like this game like soccer, but then the losers get sacrificed.
So that's the weird thing, right? I remember that being a scene, but it never happened at least in the version that I watched. I could have sworn I remember them playing like prehistoric football, but that didn't happen.
Really? So, okay, then what am I remembering?
I don't know. I'm also remembering that as well, but this might just be.
Do people not get sacrificed in this movie?
Oh, they definitely do. They definitely do.
But maybe not because of soccer.
Well, no, there was no soccer this time that I watched.
What was there dodgeball?
No, there wasn't dodgeball either.
That's weird. Maybe it's one of these Mandela effect situations.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think it is.
Like one of these.
Or maybe it was a totally different movie.
One of these Shazam situations where we remember it a certain way, but actually it happened differently.
Mm-hmm.
We may have slipped into a different dimension, John.
It's entirely possible.
That is unusual.
But yeah, that was basically the highlight of my week, of my media watching.
Nice. Good to hear. Sounds like a solid watch.
Yourself, you watched anything good?
Well, I did finish the first season of Yellow Jackets, which I may have mentioned to you before. I think this is probably the third time I'm talking about it. Once again, the premise is it's this high school soccer girls team that gets into a plane crash, and they get stranded in the woods supposedly for 19 months. And the show bounces back and forth between that situation and the future, like 20 years later when there's only 5 of them actually alive. And the entire time you're trying to piece together what exactly happened. And there might be like a cultist supernatural effect involved therein. Unfortunately, season 1 ends in a sort of cliffhanger that hasn't really resolved what happened. It seems like any of the survivors may actually be involved with the downfall of the group that survived. So nothing is actually quite clear. It only raises more questions, and unfortunately, season 2 is only currently in production, so it's going to be a while before we get to see what happens there.
Oh well, that sucks.
Yeah, that's fine. I can keep thinking about it. I'd certainly say I liked it though. It certainly had some very good moments. Let's go into spoiler territory here. So would you go ahead and bring the spoiler sound file?
The spoiler sound file. What is that like? I don't even know what that would be like.
I don't know.
Maybe
man.
you should hire somebody to make like a professional like radio talk show soundboard. You know, like those wacky ones that include the like sounds of a truck backfiring, like a car crash, some blaring horns.
You know, I think what the best spoiler alert would be is if we got like a clear, crisp sound file of like a bus going backwards, like, you know, the beep beep beep.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that. That would be a great spoiler sound. But yeah, spoilers for the latter half of Yellow Jackets. At one point, the girls are trying to find a way out of their situation in the past. And so one of them decides to like start traveling, I think south or something like that, in order to like maybe potentially find a village. And so one night the group is camping out, and then the leader says, "Oh hey, you know what? I'm going to be the watch. You guys go to sleep." and she is in like this relationship with this other girl. And so everyone goes to sleep except her, but then apparently she falls into some sort of trance and she has this weird nightmare. And then all of a sudden she wakes up and she's like on top of a tree, which is unusual, first of all. But then you hear the other girl screaming. And then what you notice is that there's like a pack of wolves just like waiting to like eat them essentially. And I think she has like a flare gun. And so first of all, she has to make all her way down from the tree, which already takes up a bunch of time. But in the meantime, while all of this is happening, like her girlfriend is like being mauled by a wolf and who is carrying her away by the face, which is just like very gruesome. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just like, what the heck?
Dang, that seems like it took a thematic turn.
Yeah.
From the premise, it doesn't sound that dark.
No, it's pretty intense stuff. And that's only the second most intense scene in the show.
Mm-hmm.
In season 1, anyways. So yeah, if you got Showtime, definitely catch Yellow Jackets. But that being said, I am going to get one more drink. I will be right back, John.
Sounds good.
Okay, and we are back. And so for the last round today, I decided to go with a hazy IPA known as Spare the Air. Can you see that one, John?
Yes, I can.
So
Very
it's
retro looking.
yeah, it reminded me a bit of a Hotline Miami or something like that with this particular coloring. But I think it's supposed to actually suggest air pollution, unfortunately. So Spare the Air is a hazy IPA from Devil's Canyon, which is a brewery in California. Do you know what a hazy IPA is, John?
I do not know, but I do know that IPA is a rather bitter variant of beer.
So you're partially right there. IPAs are generally very bitter. They are bitter because they are over hopped, and the reason why they were over hopped, historically speaking, is because they needed to make the trip from Great Britain all the way to India by ship, and the only way to make sure that beer stayed well was to put a lot of bittering hops in them. So it's a popular style in England. Certainly not one of my favorites, simply because whenever you drink an IPA, you're essentially drinking a mouthful of you're essentially putting a pine cone in your mouth, to be perfectly honest with you. It's unpleasant. Nobody drink standard IPAs, please. But all that being said, a hazy IPA, slightly different beast, and it's a style that has become very prevalent in recent years. The difference between a hazy IPA and a conventional IPA is the way in which the hops are actually, let's say, cooked. Whenever you are making beer, what ends up happening is you boil the grains and you add hops into it. Generally, the longer you boil those hops, the stronger the bittering notes that you will get. But for a hazy IPA, what ends up happening is far after the boiling of the hops and into the secondary fermentation, you actually add the hops at that point. And so while you're adding the hops, the same amount of hops as you would in a standard IPA, what ends up happening is you only get the aroma and the flavor of the hops, and it's generally very floral. Sometimes tropical fruit flavors emanate from those hops. You get really none of those bittering notes, and it's actually quite pleasant. I certainly love hazy IPA, and it's become quite the revolution here in California. Yeah, so it's actually quite a nice style. Let's see what Untapped has to say on the matter for this particular beer. Spare the Air.
It does sound quite a bit more pleasant than the regular IPA.
Yeah. So same hop content, is just a different quality of the hops themselves. And it says hazy IPA with Simcoe, Mosaic, and Citra hops, which I'm assuming is suggestive of the character of the hops in them. Fang and ale, dear viewers. So very much from the bouquet of the beer, you can actually sense a very strong citrus character to it, and the flavor only reassures that. There's no actual bittering notes on this. It's actually thick, probably medium bodied. As you can see, it's unfiltered. And if anything, I would compare it closest to somewhere between orange and grapefruit flavors, which I agree with. I certainly dislike grapefruit itself on its own, but this one is actually quite pleasant, so not bad. Spare the Air, certainly if you see it in the wild, go ahead and give it a try. But with that, let's go back to our adventure. Okay, so what was I doing here? I have to speak with Bell. Sylphic Studies.
Okay, so you did mention Hotline Miami. Have you ever played that game before?
No, I've only ever seen trailers for it. Should I play Hotline Miami?
I thought it was pretty fun. I've played both Hotline Miami 1 and 2.
I didn't know there was a second one.
There is.
So actually the reason why I know Hotline Miami is because I know the game, what's it called? Well, it's in the No More Heroes line, but Travis Strikes Back. It's supposed to be a game that includes a game that is very similar to Hotline Miami. But I haven't played that yet, so I need to do that. How does Hotline Miami play exactly? Is it's supposed to be like a bird's eye view game, right? Like the original GTAs?
Yes. Think about it. The original GTAs, or also think about Contra 3, the Alien War, the second level.
Mm-hmm. Second and sixth.
Huh? Sorry?
Second level and sixth level.
Oh, I didn't play that far. I got destroyed by like the second or third
Hey, that's something that we should do on stream. Play Contra 3, the Alien Wars.
Sure, that might be fun.
Yeah, but those levels boast those Mode 7 overhead graphics. So what's the point of the game?
I mean, the point of the game is just kind of like an arcade-style top-down shooter. Obviously, there's like a story, but the story is basically that you're crazy, so you kind of go around and killing these mobsters. But I think that the gameplay is it's very enjoyable. It's probably one of the best games that does like the top-down shooter style the best, in my opinion. It's also really unique. The visuals and art style is really unique.
I can't get past the thought that you just said the main storyline is that you're crazy. That's
I mean, basically.
That's okay. It's like, hey, you read the instruction booklet, you are crazy. Go ahead. Yeah. How long would you say these experiences range? Time-wise.
You mean like the levels in each?
No, I guess I'm trying to ask. What I should have asked is how long does this game last?
It's not super long. I think I beat it in like less than 8 hours probably.
Is it difficult? Are there difficulty settings?
I think there is difficulty settings. It does require a little bit of muscle memory, but once you get used to it, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, right. Well, I guess I'll have to add it to my list.
I would definitely take the time to get your chocobo. It does speed up the walking a little bit.
Do I have to go back to my main city to do that?
Yeah, you'd have to go back to the main city of the Grand Company.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I'll do that after this quest. By the way, at some point after our first hour mark, we should queue up for a random dungeon.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's giant tree people here. So I saw that Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness finally dropped on streaming. Are you looking forward to watching it? Have you seen it?
I have not seen it, but seems like it would be a fun watch.
Are you looking forward to it?
You could say so. Yeah.
I'm going to say so.
Okay.
I will proclaim it far and wide.
I guess you've decided. Do you plan to watch it, I guess?
I might watch it tonight, I suppose. Hopefully, if the she-wolf agrees. Cutscene. I always evaluate the interactions by how cutscene they are, in the sense that if it's in-game and they're just talking and talking, I mostly just ignore it. If they go into a different camera in an instanced view and but there's no voice acting, it's like level 2 and it's just like, I guess I could pay attention to some of this. But then if it's a cutscene and they're actually using voice, then I actually pay attention.
I guess that's a pretty fair way to determine which cutscenes are worth watching.
Speaking of cutscenes worth watching, we are 1 week away from Sunbreak. Are you excited? How excited are you?
I'm relatively enthused, a little bit titillated.
I hear from some of my counterparts that you are an avid hunting horn player. What exactly awaits you in Sunbreak?
I haven't actually seen any trailer or kind of breakdown of any updates that they're gonna do to any of the weapons. So, unless you have, my guess is as good as yours.
Do you want to see what the updates are, John?
I mean, you could tell me if you'd like.
I actually haven't seen the hunting horn video, but I was going to say that we could just play it.
So that's coming out in a week, you said?
Yeah, in a week. Have you pre-ordered it already?
I have not. Do I get a discount?
I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. I have no idea. I just know that I will get it when it Thursday, which is probably the only day that I will have to play it.
Fair enough. Are you excited?
I think I am currently having a lot of fun with Rise. Even though it's like over a year old, I still find fun to do goals that I give to myself. So really the major boon of Sunbreak to me is more quests, a G rank, which means that I'll have to relearn some monsters. And just the fact that people will probably be playing it for a couple of weeks. It's always nice to be playing the game du jour. Wouldn't you agree?
Not very versed in French. What does game du jour mean?
The game that everyone is playing at that particular time.
Gotcha. I guess I learned something new today. Yeah, I understand that appeal. Kind of like playing an MMO when it first launches, or an expansion when it first launches.
It's like you're part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be fun, but I mean, I'm pretty happy with Rise as it is, except for the fact that the gun lance is still subpar.
after the Gunlance will have its stay. There's also the thing about new monster hunters that you never really know what the meta is going to be like because you don't quite know what the weapons are yet. So it is entirely possible that kind of like in, I think, Monster Hunter 3 and a little bit of 4, you know, the Blast Blight was, or the Slime Blight back then was like super powerful, but nobody really saw it coming. So maybe there's going to be a mechanic that is going to make the Gunlance super powerful that nobody sees coming.
Yeah, like it'll be Hellfire Blight. The Hellfire Blight Gunlance.
Possibly.
Okay, so I'm trying to slash dance, but the only text box that I get is the free company text box. How do I get out of that and just go to general text box?
I think you should be able to click on the bottom where it says like general battle event. Does that work? Or maybe actually above that in the left hand side where you see the little dialogue bubble button. Click on that.
Oh, you're right. I definitely did not want to dance for my free company. What are these crazy imps? They just look like flying cabbages.
That is a sentiment shared by some of the characters in your party.
Why am I not a scholar yet? This is so ridiculous.
Maybe you need to swear an oath first.
Yeah, maybe I do. Alright, I guess I am going to go back to the capital of what my grand company is. How do I know what grand company I chose? Oh, a storm of the 3rd class, so the Maelstrom in Limsa Lominsa.
Yes.
And if I am not mistaken, that is my regular hometown.
Possibly.
I guess maybe that's why I chose it. And so you say I have to go to my grand company's location. Hopefully I can just teleview into it.
Yes, you need to go to like the place where your grand company sells stuff. like where they have a quartermaster.
So on that note, summer just started. John, have you got any summer plans? Are you cool for the summer?
Don't have any big summer plans. Maybe go to the beach a day or two.
Maybe
nice.
hit that pool, them pools.
Dead pools?
Yes, hit that pool. Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'd rather go to the beach because I'm able to go to the beach. But a pool wouldn't be too bad either. As long as I can keep my distance.
Maybe climb into that deep end.
Maybe it is pretty intimidating though. It's pretty spooky.
That's the first time I've ever heard a pool deep end be described as spooky. I have no idea where my guild base is. Oh wait, actually Maelstrom Command, never mind. It's at the aft castle.
Yes, that's where it would be. Oh, I finally got a job quest. Paladin's Pledge, so hopefully this isn't the time for my job quest.
You know, I really like saying words that end in TH, like oath. They're very poetic. Like faith or birth.
Oath, birth.
Yeah.
Dearth.
Like, actually, that reminds me of this line in Final Fantasy Tactics. Have you played Final Fantasy Tactics, John?
I have not.
So, one of the lines from the original localization was something along the lines of, like, do not blame me, blame yourself or blame God, which was just like an earth-shattering line. It's just like, hey, I'm doing something wrong to you, but it is not I who is to blame. It is either yourself or your faith. But when they re-released the game as Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions on the PSP, they changed the line to, what is it? It's like something along the lines of, it is not I who wronged you, it is your birth or your faith, which I thought was just like, oh my god, they made the line even better.
It is pretty good. Some localizations are able to pull off better lines than their original, but sometimes it's not so great.
Yeah, localization woes. But what is a man but a miserable pile of secrets?
It's true.
Okay, I don't know who... Oh, Quartermaster, here it is. They're not selling anything.
So it's not the Quartermaster specifically. I think it's like the Storm something or other. It's not the OIC people.
Apply for a promotion?
No, it's a shop window, and it's literally something called like Chocobo Ticket or Chocobo something, and it costs like 200 or 300 tickets. I think it's Chocobo issuance.
Here we go. Storm Chocobo issuance.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't. Present this deed to the Maelstrom Company stables. Where is that? Did you choose a grand company, by the way?
Yeah, I did.
What did you choose?
I picked the one in Redania. Yeah, I think you hand that issuance to somebody who gives you a quest. I'm forgetting exactly who you give it to, but give it to somebody. And then they give you a chocobo. It's like a chocobo man or a chocobo master.
Chocobo Man. Okay. The quest is called My Little Chocobo.
Let me know when you want to queue up for that dungeon, by the way.
I mean, you can go ahead and queue us up, that's fine.
Okay, are we in the same party?
What's happening? Okay, so I have to go to the Wolves Den, which is, I guess, somewhere in close to Morabi Dry Docks. I haven't found that retainer this entire time, by the way. I hired them and they've never appeared.
You have to go to a summoning bell. There's a bunch in main cities. At least in Redania. It's like in that strip of shops.
Please, I don't see them.
Did you get your chocobo, by the way?
I have to find somebody to talk to them about it, I think.
Oh.
Travel. I have to go to the Wolves Den. Apparently this is a PvP area. I had no idea.
By the way, I sent you an invite.
I thought I accepted it.
I do not see you in my party.
Okay. I guess you just ignored it.
Okay, I'll queue us up.
PvP unlocked, but that's not really what I was looking for. Crystalline conflict unlocked. And I didn't know that there was PvP areas in this game.
There is.
Like Warsong Gulch.
Yeah, actually they put that into this game. Like a perfect recreation of Warsong Gulch. I don't understand how Blizzard hasn't complained about it, but yeah.
Maybe they haven't noticed.
They even have the same loading screen with like a night elf and an orc.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they didn't even bother to retexture anything.
It's kind of weird how that works out, and then when you enter it, your character actually becomes a character model from World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
It's weird how that, nobody's ever actually called that out.
It just kind of slipped through the cracks.
Alright, so I guess we are going in. Hopefully it's, the easy one.
Sastasha?
Sastasha, sure. No, this is the mine, right? What's it called? The dead mines.
No, this is actually Sastasha.
Ah, okay. I was pretty close there. You gotta give me that.
I have to?
Yeah, just go ahead and give it to me. So are we supposed to be in some sort of coral reef or something?
Yes we are. This is a coral reef flavored dungeon.
It actually reminds me a little bit of that instance in the first expansion of World of Warcraft. It was like a sewer. You know, it occurred in that location that had a lot of culture. Do you remember that?
A lot of culture. Are you talking about the Horde dungeon? That was only for Horde? Or
maybe. It was in Zangar Marsh.
Oh, Zangar Marsh. I thought you were talking about like an early dungeon.
No, it was in the first expansion in Burning Crusade.
Okay. I missed that. What was that called? I don't even. I barely remember.
Snake Pipeline, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was Snake something. Snake pens or slave pens.
Or maybe it was like Big Blue. Mute City, perhaps.
Yes, it could have been. It could have in fact been Mute City.
I guess we've got another arcanist with us because they've got a carbuncle as well, except they are doing far better than myself.
How do you know they're doing better?
Oh, they're just doing
damage
more with them.
meters and
I generally spam the original attack and let it be. What?
Okay. It is illegal to have a damage meter in this game, you know. If they find out, you could be reprimanded.
No, I'm not. I don't actually have a damage meter. It's just the notion that I see their carbuncle actually doing things versus mine, who is just sitting right next to me for no reason. But actually, that proposes an interesting question. Why exactly are damage meter programs banned in Final Fantasy XIV?
I think it's because they don't want people to be bullying other people about damage numbers.
Really?
Yeah.
I gotta say, I never thought that that was a way to go, but I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it was a game design choice, so what can you do?
It's a coral. Clearly, if damage meters were allowed, I would probably be receiving a lot of heat.
Well, it's not so bad in World of Warcraft either when you're just doing a regular dungeon. I think it's a bigger deal for like raids and stuff.
Alright, what is this, a boss?
Yes, it is Captain Medicine.
Not too bad. Nice. Honestly, every time you throw that shield, the shield lob, it just looks like you're doing a Shoryuken.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Speaking of which, are you picking up that Street Fighter VI when it comes out? Did it actually come out already, by the way?
No, it still needs to come out.
When is it coming out?
Yeah, well. They're saying sometime around 2023. So it's still a year out. Well, actually, no, not a year out.
Wait, I'm pretty sure I've seen YouTube videos of people playing it. How is it not out? Or at least a demo?
There's been people playing like alphas with like the developers and stuff, because they have like an alpha where it's like just people playing the 4 characters that they've introduced so far, which is Ryu, Chun-Li, Jamie, and Luke.
Babyface Luke.
Yeah, that guy.
Remember how he was a young man in Street Fighter V?
He wasn't really that much of a young man.
He was a young boy. He was a child, like 8 tops.
In Street Fighter V?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? In Street Fighter V, he's like a fully grown man with a 6-pack.
I could have sworn that at the beginning of his intro, like his mom was dropping him off, and she was driving a station wagon.
I don't remember playing this. Did you play a different Street Fighter V story than I did?
I don't know, man. I calls them like I sees them. Yeah, but speaking of Street Fighter VI, how do you feel about those facial expressions before the beginning of the fight?
It's very Soulcalibur 2-esque, I will say.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a fun feature to mess around with your opponents. I just think it's kind of funny how they've gone back to that, because I think that was a thing in quite a few retro games, but Soulcalibur 2 at least seemed to be the one that stuck out to me the most.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They used to have like different voice lines depending on what you would activate at the beginning of the match. You know, it's all about that expression. Right? The final boss, right?
Yes.
Prince Ruto. Any particular strategy to this guy?
No, he's pretty tank and spank.
Wait, where are you guys? Oh. What the hell? Why was my character outside the ring?
I don't know.
There it goes. Looks like I can now access the next job class quest.
Oh, nice. Maybe now it's time. Time for you to finally become what you wanted to be all this time.
Wow. Okay. I just wish the quest automatically popped up on my thing, but I guess that's too much to ask. Okay, so it looks like I'm gonna get that chocobo after all.
Remember to name him something worthy.
Okay. So I'm guessing that I get to keep this specific chocobo forever? Is that the idea?
Yeah, it's your first mount, basically.
Where exactly is it in my inventory?
It should be a whistle in your inventory.
Okay, I will name my chocobo. I will name it Pollito.
It's a fitting name.
Okay, so now it should be an item in my inventory, right?
Yes.
What is it, like a whistle or something?
Yeah, it should look like a whistle.
Man, I'm not seeing it. Okay. Okay, now quest is complete. Here we go. I'm just gonna put this thing in my item bar so I don't forget it. Wait, so I used the whistle and then the item disappeared. What's...
It should be in your mount guide. I think you have to look at your character pane. I think it's actually called a mount guide.
Sure would be nice if they made this a little more intuitive.
You don't see where like you select your duties or you select your characters, like the little bubbles at the bottom right. You don't see the character one.
I mean, I know how to access my character thing.
No, but if you click on that bubble,
Mhm.
it gives you the option. It gives you a list that lets you select Mount Guide, which is where the chocobo will be.
Okay, I see it. But I guess I can't mount it in this location.
Oh yeah, not in the main city.
Why?
Everywhere else.
Oh my god. This is so obtuse.
Not in the main city.
Why not? Everyone has their flashy dances and everything, and I can't mount the chocobo. Alright, well, at least I have it. My new chocobo. Pochito. Quite a couple of nice drumsticks, if I don't say so myself. Alright, I am going to try to do my job quest. So, Street Fighter VI 2026, that's wild. 2023, sorry.
Yeah, it is a pretty long time, but what can you do?
Well, I guess in the meantime, we're gonna have to play the next spec Street Fighter 4.
I guess. Could always play Street Fighter 2. It's also a possibility.
Like Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition.
Yeah, or I think like the last revision that they did of Street Fighter 2, which was actually pretty recent, was like Ultra Street Fighter 2 or something like that.
I'm actually very interested to find out what exactly they did to that game to make it different. I thought really by the time they reached Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, that was the finality of that. So I'd love to see the developers note us to what exactly they tweaked there. I know that they added like one extra character, which was yet another rendition of either Ryu or Ken, which is completely uninteresting to me.
Which character was that?
I don't know. Ultra Ryu or Ken, I have no idea.
I think Violent Ken is in that game.
Violent
You don't want to play Violent Ken?
He's like violent. He's like, hey, everything I've done up to now has been noble, but now I will be violent. Speaking of violent, Ken, I believe it was the other day that was, what was it? Either it was Shoryuken Day or like Shoto Day or something like that. Celebrating the many Shoto characters that we have. Who is your favorite Shoto character, John?
I like Ken. I've always liked Ken. Even with his banana hair.
I don't know about that. You know, I heard Luigi from Smash Brothers was actually a Shoto character.
Really?
Yeah, so what defines a Shoto character, and I might just be preaching to the choir here, is a long-range attack, an attack that moves forward while constantly attacking, and then an aerial counter, a ground aerial counter.
Mm-hmm.
And so as long as you have those 3 special moves, you're a Shoto character, which apparently Luigi does in Smash Brothers.
Yeah, I guess he does, right? Because he has his little rocket move, which is the one that moves him horizontally. He has his uppercut, kind of like Mario does, and then he has his fireball like Mario does.
Yeah. So Luigi, Shoto.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I think one of the interesting things about when you start thinking just about fighting games and like how different characters are different from others is that realistically, whenever they say that kind of every fighting game character in Street Fighter and possibly even of all fighting games is kind of just a variation of Ryu, which is sort of true if you think of it through the lens of like, okay, if Ryu is supposed to be the jack of all trades because he has like a long range fireball, he has like a short range like attacks that are very fast. Then you start like expanding that, and then you say, okay, well, what happens if we take away Ryu's fireball? Maybe we give him a suckier one, but then you give him longer limbs, and then, well, that's sort of Chun-Li. Okay, well, what happens if you...
Wait a second, but I thought Chun-Li had a long range.
Her fireballs are mostly just short range. Like, they either fizzle out or they're just not as good. Like, they don't travel as fast.
Oh, I see.
Whereas Ryu's fireballs are either super fast or you can sometimes tune them down to be slower.
Actually,
yeah.
I was just a side note here. Did you know that Chun-Li's fireballs actually came from the altered version of Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Rainbow Edition?
Oh, really?
Have you ever heard about that, actually?
I've heard that they used to hack arcade machines so that they would have like different moves, so different characters would have different moves, yeah.
Yeah, and so apparently the origin of Chun-Li's fireball in the later games was the fact that in Rainbow Edition, they gave Chun-Li the Ryu fireball and copied one of her animations of doing some other random move, and that's how it started. And the developers at Capcom thought that that was neat, and so they gave her a fireball.
That's pretty funny.
So, I'm sorry, you were saying?
No, I was just saying that you can basically extend that to any other character. Like, you know, Guile is basically Ryu if you gave him better fireballs, if you made his inputs easier, which isn't really that big of a deal, but if you gave him faster fireballs, better air control, but I guess you could argue he has like less of an ability to like pressure the enemy. Like, I guess he has less good combos.
Well, I thought that's because Guile is a charge character. I thought that's the archetype for that character.
Yeah, that's also another thing that
you can't
totally different.
You can't pressure an opponent if your main, or at least one of your main tactics is to charge.
Mm-hmm. Although some pro players have done it pretty nicely. Which is why I kind of like hesitate to say, well, not as good at pressuring, but actually pretty good at pressuring depending on which version of Street Fighter.
Yeah, the reason why Guile can pressure is because of that upside down kick that he does.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but I see what you mean. It's kind of interesting how you develop different archetypes by adding and subtracting certain elements from that original formula. Alright, speak with blah, blah. Okay, so we're back at Costa del Sol, which is probably the town with my favorite tune. If only I had a pollito with me. There we go. Does every mount come with its own theme?
You can shut that off. I don't know if they come with a different theme, but I just liked it when I was riding the Chocobo and I just heard the theme all the time. Like it's okay the first couple of times, but then it just gets tiresome. So you can actually turn that off.
You do not like the Chocobo theme, John?
I like it, I just don't like it every single time I'm mounted.
Dang, that is sacrilegious right there. But actually, I'm not a particular fan of the Chocobo theme myself. It's fine, it's okay. I don't hate it. But if I might go ahead and share my thoughts on the matter, my favorite Chocobo theme is the one from Final Fantasy XII. I believe it's called Crazy Chocobo. Wait, hold on, let's go ahead and play it here. And actually, I'm pretty sure to actually wrap things up, so let me just go ahead and put that here. Hold on a second. I'm actually going to escape the game now because I'm pretty sure that I can't actually accomplish anything more here. Let's see if I can find it.
Yes, I'm finally a paladin.
Congratulations. Alright, let's go ahead and play this right here. Are you listening to the stream? Yes, no?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Listen to this. And of course there's an ad.
I haven't even scratched the surface.
This is ridiculous. What is this, Overwatch the game, the movie?
For your any consideration, only on Netflix.
You should totally watch that show.
So you think you can ride this chocobo? Got chocobo
Alright, so what do you think about that?
I didn't know that Final Fantasy XIII had a sequel, much less its own rendition of the Chocobo song. That was entertaining.
You gotta say that one stands out.
Yeah, I guess if that was the one that was playing while I was mounted on a Chocobo, I might listen to it.
You'd be pumped, right?
Yeah, certainly more pumped.
Alright. Well, with that, let's go ahead and wrap this one up. And where are we? Okay. Well, once again, that was a momentous, significant romp through the world of Final Fantasy XIV. Very much on the verge of becoming a scholar, and you just became a paladin. So congratulations, John. Let's aim to do this again next week, though. Well, we'll see how that goes. Any final parting thoughts?
No, I think I'm good.
All right. Well, ride that crazy chocobo, as they say. We'll see you again. And for everyone else, stay thirsty, Wolfkin.